Greetings, mortals, and welcome to a very dark stream. Ooh, spooky. Today, in the most spooky episode, we will go do things that we were already doing, and it's very woo-boo, spooky.
It's not spooky anymore because we now have normal lighting. And by normal lighting, I mean we're probably significantly underlit, but that's fine. I don't really feel like staring directly. You're supposed to be here. That's why I'm so confused. Let's see. When I'm looking at chat, I'm supposed to look but below chat, I guess. Does it look... When I'm looking at chat, does it look like I'm checking out your tits or your junk? Is the question. The sightline is here, and I don't know proportionally. Anyway, all that being said, I'm respectfully gazing at chat. Let's see. And I definitely know where Control-C and Control-V are on a keyboard. Alright, so we click this button. We close you, because I don't need to look at you. Our microphone is on. Speaker audio is on. I did not update, so we're going to do that now, assuming it needs to be done. Doesn't need to be done. And so we're good to go. So when last we left off, we were dicking around in Alamos. We'd made a pretty good amount of words. What's messaging?
3DO.
Probably Wingspan. Why is it so warm in this room? People will not have to listen to me complaining about how damn warm it is for too much longer. Soon. Actually, really, for you all, it isn't that much longer now that I think about it. Because it's Thursday, and they're coming in on Tuesday, so it's just like, what, 3 days of this bullshit that you have to deal with? I guess 4 days, because Tuesday, they're probably not going to be here before I stream. That would be a little confusing if the... Oh, I need my drink. If the installation was done at, like, 6 in the morning, probably not. So we were under danger, was it? Friday, 12:32, 11:52. Okay. So, we have a map there. I have noticed it in the past, and I will continue to notice it and ignore it. We're at 61%? That's not correct. That's 12:32 a.m. This is 12 hours later. The dungeon save is 12 hours later. I was like, look, I can read. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Time should be programming coded, and it's very dumb that it's not. We should not use 12. 12 is not a correct descriptor of what that is. It should be read 0. Everything about it screams 0. What am I doing? Are we streaming a video game or are we streaming my face? What are we doing? Who is it? Mist, apparently. There we go. Okay. I'm gonna grab this because otherwise I'm gonna forget about it. And we will... We really should go invis for this. That's alarming. Man, it's beautiful. Man, I still remember people telling me, "Oh, you know, when you start the caster run, you're gonna miss, you know, the ability to hit things from behind corners with your melees." And I was like, I don't think that's true. I feel like that's probably wrong. That doesn't sound correct to me. And man, does it feel... It feels so good to just eyeball a shot and wipe an entire enemy group out. Just through one of those little sight lines that I would use as the melees. It's like, yep. This exact same thing that I could do as the melees is just so much easier. It's just so much easier. I love it. Okay.
Go.
First. There we go, so that wipes out the rest of that pack. We're now in the green. Life is good. Okay. Let's save it. It doesn't matter, we can leave whenever we want, so. Okay. We're in the green there. We can pop down here. There's a bunch of assholes in there. Let's click on this tree before I forget about it. Can I just shoot through that window? I can, but unfortunately there's nobody close enough. Yeah? Okay. Rude. Are you above me? No. I need to get down into that under pit so that I can get that resolved. I should probably also... This is probably not where I need to be right now. Oh, that's a fixator. Ooh. Concerning. Well... Now all of a sudden Wait, is somebody else hitting me? The choppy sounds happened to coincide with me starting to die. I don't think that was somebody else hitting me. It might have been somebody shooting me from up above. We're gonna go... Oh, right. Down here. I can't just jump up there. No, I don't think so. Okay, let's see how much EXP we have. We've got the 2 evened out. So we're actually getting pretty decent EXP in here. This is not bad. Let's go somewhere. Oh, okay. Flame Blast hit. If I can clear the bulk of the fire elementals from, of the air elementals from this place, that'd be good. I'm gonna go invis quick. And I think we're just going to make this our final save here. Now that we've cleared out those back rooms, we should be able to move relatively freely. It looks like that's just the ones downstairs for the most part. Desynced and I should have kept trying to dodge, actually. I think that I had killed the one, and I think there was only like one left maybe that was going to be attacking me. So if I had leaned in, I might have been fine. Sometimes you just gotta commit, you know? It's like, okay, this is not working. Commit anyway. Doesn't, what the fuck? Sometimes you just have to commit to falling off of cliffs. So it'll be interesting to see if we can make anything happen with that. Is there anything useful to do here? No, this just goes over here. Oh no! I should have used my mouse. I should have used my mouse. I would have been perfectly fine there. I would have killed every single one of them if I just used my mouse. I was like, yeah, it'll definitely just target the thing in front. Nope. Nope, it will not. It will not do that, actually. You cannot rely on such things. Why are you still on us? Okay, so I do in fact need to keep pressing the button because I will not one-shot the twisters. I thought that I one-shot everything in here except the Magyar matrons, and that's just not true. So, just gonna keep getting myself killed for no reason. That is our plan of action at the moment. That was an exploder? Oh, that's, yeah, it is an exploder, okay. This is getting alarmingly close. Fuck. Oh, we're dead. I fucked up the movement. Okay, so actually, I'm gonna just go over here rather than approach it from that direction. I'm gonna go. Not save. I'm gonna go pick up food, and I guess incidentally, I will also save. But we'll go deal with that elemental room now. That's a room that we've put off for too long. We need to just get that done. So we'll go tackle that.
I suppose pirates do.
And have a good time of it. Should go well. Save this under danger. Should have saved it under dungeon. We can pop over here. And yes, those are definitely going to come up to me. So our goal is to get out of there in time. And then should have done a normal attack. No, there. Oh, I don't. Okay, we're actually going to just walk out and save the game. We've now cleared out one of those packs. And as well as cleared out a bunch of the ones that are downstairs. I guess that were downstairs. They ain't anywhere now. So they're above me, it looks like. Okay. It's a little confusing. So, are they already above me? They're not. They're starting out below me. I somehow missed them going up to the top there. Oh, hello. You might be boned here. Yeah, I guess we might as well just... This is the exploder. Okay. Finish the job. Hitting for 60k single target. What madness is this? What game am I playing? What is this? Okay. So, we are gonna pop over here. I don't know how many. Ooh. That could have been dangerous. Is it? Oh. I am where I think I am. Oh shit. I'm getting flanked with 2 entrances. Somebody just shot at me. This door is locked. How the fuck am I gonna get out of here? That one is right over here. I believe. I can't just... Wait, no, that's downstairs. Okay. So I don't have to worry about that. Yes, okay. I think I know where I am right now. I can't get in the green. I guess I could save anyway.
Yes, we've done it.
Okay, unfortunately, there's one enemy that has line of sight to me. The enemy that has line of sight to me is not the target that I'm auto-targeting. Okay, we got that one. I'm gonna swap to Inferno for this.
Ready to use.
Swap or just swap with something. What did you get to me? Fuck! I pressed A instead of S and it killed me. If I'd pressed S, I would have been fine. That's really rough. If I had pressed S, I would have killed every single one of them, but I didn't think that there was an entire pack. I thought it was just one. Okay, we don't want to get ourselves stuck in there. That would be a bad thing for us. Yeah, I need to figure out how to get down into that pit. Like, there's an actual route in between the floors, and I don't actually remember what it is. Okay, we've taken out something, so I might as well save. This gets me here. Jesus, hello. So this is the swapper. Fuck. I was not expecting a warlock to be there. So some of the enemies that I thought I had cleared, I haven't cleared yet. They're just chilling. Because they had wandered off somewhere. Chirp. I'm gonna go check if that bird is hanging out on the plants outside. It's cute. Mina, what you doing outside? You're supposed to be in my party. It's Mina just hanging out amongst the plants. I open the door, just like looks at me like, yes? What do you want? It's like standing spread-eagled with one of its legs like lifted up on the little garden thing. It's very cute. Birds are very cute. Top tier animal. Top tier animal, birds is. Okay, I think that this is the place that I need to be. So we're gonna save this. We're gonna invis. I should have invised first, but that's fine. We're gonna pop over here, and I think from here, either through here, this drops down, so that's probably a route into the basement. But this, I think, yes, this is exactly what we're doing. So this is our route. This will get us into the room we're trying to get to. Oh, the sloping ceiling makes it better to have it like at eye level because it bounces straight into them instead of having to bounce around a bunch. So I don't know if there's any other elementals in this room, but this should allow us to clear out the bulk of this pack. And they said I'd never use trigonometry. Imagine. They said, hey, this trigonometry you're taking, what's the fucking point? And I was like, hey, the point is angles. Okay, so. That's the swapper. Okay, well, swapper. I don't think you can swap anymore. I think everything's dead. I think it's just you and Mina now. It's just the two of us. So once we've cleared this out, we'll walk back down south far enough to get to the point where we can save. Oh wow, this is not very low at all. Unfortunately, as long as it's standing there, I'm not going to be able to actually get hit off with Cassowary. If it moves away, there might be a possibility of tagging it with Cassowary. Because Cassowary does like a full order of magnitude more damage. Which is, you know, pretty good. Pretty useful. Oh, you know what? Oh no, you don't. But you do. Is that close enough? So once we've cleared out this swapper, I think we just have the room full of warlocks in the back to deal with. Ooh. Man. It's kind of funny because I'm very curious how I'm going to survive the transition back to doing melees after having such an easy time with so many packs. It's like, oh, I have a tool that'll just solve this problem. Like, being able to solve my problems and not needing to, like, do anything particularly fancy. It's like, oh, okay, well, if I just stand back, I can shoot you repeatedly. And there we go. So, the swapper's down. We're not going to have to deal with it just meandering around the map even more. And we can... We have to get real far back here to save. Kind of interesting. Let's go ahead and invis. Save the game. And start moving back toward them. Right, there's probably something down there. Okay, so... there's probably... I'm gonna die. I saw how many were still alive, and I'm like, no, this isn't gonna end well. This is not gonna end well at all. Whew. Okay, this time should end better. Is that everybody? Man, we really do have the burst damage team now. I mean, we have the burst damage cassowary. The rest of the characters do also have good damage, by the way. The difference is just that since cassowary has such high burst damage, and don't get me wrong, decent DPS overall, but the burst damage is so high that it's transformational, right? Where it's like, okay, well, we can end the fight with with that initial hit if we're able to target the enemies correctly. And if I don't have cassowary targeted, then things can go badly as I just flail. Let's see here. It's interesting having like such a different relationship with oh right, yeah, I don't have all those days, do I? Oh, not without leaving anyway. I forgot to save I forgot to invis again. That's fine. So I was thinking that we were basically done here, and it turns out that that was perhaps so I'm just going to wait for the next shot to come out. Unfortunately, we did already aggro something.
Got it.
I'm going to do that one more time. Just waiting on the fireball to come out. We actually have so much time. Ooh. Okay, that's all of them. Not all of them. Well, I deserve that. I was wondering why... Like, I was wondering where else the enemies could be hiding. Okay, let's... That was very funny. Look, don't mind me. I'm very smart. Okay. Whew. I was so distracted by the threat of the trap.
Enemies down.
Oh, we didn't actually hit the... Okay, one more frame coming through. There's a matron. Okay, I think that should be all of them. But we are still in the yellow. I'm going to see to make sure that we actually got the arrow lentils. I think we did. We must have, yes, because we are now in the green. Alright, so we can save this under dungeon. And we can do what? I guess we can just run to the end of the line here. Okay. Everything is gold. So, how can I go now? Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and just loot the stuff over here. I'm not gonna go. I'm not gonna want to go through the entire dungeon again. How do I get there? I think that's the tunnel in that other place. This is fine. I don't need to clear this one. Let's see here. So from here we have a locked door, or just a door. It's a closed door, isn't it, right? I think it's a good idea to check our EXP. Okay, we don't need to leave. We should be able to clear the rest of the dungeon. I'm gonna go outside and save. Pick up food and all that jazz. Let's see, is there anybody? No, there's nobody alive over here. So I do think we're getting close. To where we need to be. I think we basically just have the one room left.
I suppose pirate stew.
Pirate stew. Oh man. I'm starting to get tired. Not for any coherent reason. Yeah, that's not true. I didn't get a ton of sleep last night. I got normal amounts of lack of sleep.
We've done it.
Bog standard amounts. Alright, well that worked fine. Yeah. Yeah, that'll wake me up. There isn't enough space in here for me to actually dodge the projectiles with the homing. You need a little bit more space. Oh? Yeah? Which part? The complete dissolution of the Republic, or...? Probably not. Almost nobody really cares about that much. It's not really top of mind. You know what it probably is? It's probably the sanitary conditions at the alligator prison. That's the problem, is that the prison designed to disappear random people and as a torture camp, that place wasn't built to code. That's the problem. That's the problem, right? A good flame blast there.
Want some?
I don't know that there's really a ton to catch up on, right? It's like the administration needs places to hide people where nobody can find them, right? And they thought that they could get that out of CCOT, but they can't get that out of CCOT, right? Because the leadership in El Salvador is unwilling to just like ignore Congress people who show up on their doorstep from the American government, right? Which is what Trump would prefer. So as a result of that, it's not like well hidden enough, and it's really expensive to send everybody to track down an active civil war to fly everyone that you're trying to disappear to. Like, there's only so many civil wars in the world, you know, where you can just send someone where it's like, okay, well, there isn't any risk of like a government deciding they would like to have decent relationships with the American government broadly, as opposed to just with the current president. So, you know, you need to find a place that's a total shithole like Florida. A lawless wasteland like Florida is perfect. Is perfect for their goals. Yeah, I mean, but that's like the thing, right? Is like the stated objective of these kinds of prisons is the problem, and if you listen to the media talk about it, the media is going to be like, oh, well, you know, what did you build your torture dungeon to code? I'm not sure you filed the right paperwork for this torture dungeon you created, because that's just, you know, that's the issue with the sort of like the contradictions inherent in capitalism is that, you know, you have to accept as a given that sometimes it's fine to torture a bunch of people and to create black sites where you can just disappear, you know, people that you have decided need to be disappeared without any due process. That's a thing that you need to have the ability to do if you're a liberal, right? By which I mean, you know, a liberal, someone who believes in capitalism, right? So, as stooges of capital, the Democratic Party can't really push back conceptually against the concept of these black sites. And as a result, they have to just, like, wheedle around the edges of, oh, well, was your black site built to code kind of bullshit, as opposed to a fundamental, like, human rights position of like, oh yeah, you should not have a site whose purpose is to hide what you're doing at the site, right? black sites shouldn't exist, right? Which is a very easy position to defend morally, right? If you have a black site, the reason you have the black site is because you intend to break the law, right? That's why you build a black site. You don't build a black site because you intend to do things on the up and up. That's just not what they're for. So, as a result of that, it's pretty easy to create a very strongly justifiable ideological position against these kinds of behaviors broadly. But people who defend black sites in the general, right? So people who would defend Guantanamo Bay, which is to say most Democrats in the country, certainly the elected officials, less so the electorate, more so the elected officials. There's nothing you can say really about Trump just building new black sites that are expressly for the purpose of torturing people outside the eye, like away from the prying eyes of the press, right? Where it's like, okay, the only way to get here is by plane, right? And it's a military site, so you're not taking a plane there unless you want that plane to get shot down, right? That's why Guantanamo is the place that we do, the kind of shit that we do, because it's a military base, and as a military base on like illegally occupied land, like how are you going to get press in there, right? Like if you do it in like Germany, right? First of all, Germany probably won't let you make a black site on their soil, but also like reporters can get to a prison in Germany. And again, the reason you don't want reporters there is because everything that you're doing there is illegal. But, yeah. That just do be how my government do be. But yeah, it's one of the reasons why I just don't think that there's any chance that there's going to be meaningful pushback against anything that's happening. We're not getting out of this without at least one genocide, because there's no left in America, right? There's no one to push back with any sort of institutional power. So, and the crackdowns on like leftist activists have already begun. The kind of stuff that the Nazis did, where they rounded up and shot all the fucking socialists, that kind of stuff has already begun. That's already started. We've already had the assassinations of elected officials. We've already had the rounding up and disappearing of leftist organizers. We've already had a lot of the stuff that you had back then. But a lot of it doesn't need to happen because the fucking liberals already did it, right? Like, the liberals already rounded up all of the communists and the socialists, right? There's not exactly there's not a huge socialist movement in the United States to work with these days. You don't have to round up that many people if you're going for your new Reich, because they were rounded up already. We don't have enough food. Well, hopefully. Okay. We did not die. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. It's worth it to to fight back, but the gains that you're expecting to get out of that are going to be like you know, on the scale of saving an individual person's life. They're not going to be on the scale of, like, preventing the larger scale thing from happening. It's going to get worse. It's going to keep getting worse. It's not going to get better anytime soon. I don't know how I... Isn't gonna happen. Yeah, I think that Biden was a particularly bad precursor liberal to have before Trump took back power, because a lot of the stuff that Trump's going to end up doing is going to rhyme with stuff that Biden did that the Democratic Party just got behind that was very bad. There was stuff that should not have been done that was very bad. And now when Trump does it, it's going to be a little silly for them to complain about the thing. And they might not even, and a lot of the times that they're not going to even complain about it because they're honestly just fine with it generally. Democrats love cracking down on investors. They love it. Okay, we should be all set. We can now save the game in here at will because we've now got the dungeon complete. So, there's going to be more enemies in here. There's a few more, but this means that we can now save. Anytime we can get into the green. And it's very funny. There's way more enemies in that pack than I had any belief that there would be. Considering the fact that we've got 100% completion, I was like, okay, so there's probably like another 10 enemies in here. And I was like, no, there's like a whole dungeon's worth of enemies over there.
We've done it.
Probably gonna die again. Yep. God, so many. I had bad usage of the nuke there. I have to ration the AoE in very specific key ways. So we we need to get like that initial hit off, and then probably what makes more sense actually is to go through this way, because this will allow me to pick a fight from a different angle completely.
We've done it.
And this allows me to just pick a fight with some instead of all of those. And that's the way that I'm going to do this. So there's more of them on the right side there. There's a elemental boss there. I don't know how that thing aggroed actually. There was a thing on my right side. It must have dropped down or something. Okay, I think we tag you, and we run immediately back. Okay, how many... They are just dropping down randomly. So that's good to know. Oh shit. Yeah, you have vision on me when I'm behind this wall, so it's gonna... Fuck. Okay, this is a problem. That's a terrible location. So the reason that I was struggling there to clear that room is that enemies up here, these enemies up here, were in line of sight. And since these were in line of sight, the projectiles were shooting up into the ceiling instead of shooting the enemies in front of me. Okay. Okay, air elemental's toast. I'm not going to bother worrying about the one that I have left there. We're just going to walk out. We've cleared enough of the pack. Oh wait, I don't need to leave. What am I thinking? I just need to save. Okay, save the game. Oh, actually, do I need to finish clearing this? I don't need to finish clearing. We've actually got overkill EXP, so we need to go to the next location now. There's actually a decent number of enemies left here, so we should probably do that. So yes, we will clear the next place. So the next place is going to be one of the dungeons in Shadowspire. Let's make sure my beacons are... Yeah, my beacons are fine. Actually, we are going to just TP to Murmurwoods, because we need to get to 8. Then from here, we teleport to Shadowspire. There should be a high-level trading place here, I think. nap time yet? It's nap time somewhere in the world. Alright, we'll go to the assassin's school. We can just save this under caster save, I guess.
We can train you. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good.
Very good. Very good. Okay. You are doing that. As for you, I think I am going to pump alchemy to 20. I'm not going to pump it any higher than that yet, but we'll get it to 20 because I know I'm going to need it at 20 at some point. As for you, we can... We need to get meditation up to GM. And we're going to need to get ascension up. Let's just get ascension up to GM. And you have plenty of mana now to play with. So I think we're going to do the same for you. We're just going to pump ascension toward GM. As for you, you will do the same. You've already started that process. So you can now get GM, which is great. Is the learning GM here? Master learning is here, not GM. Okay. Is GM learning is probably is it nerds? No. Alright. That's fine. We'll go to Shadowspire. Let's see. Which one is Keynes? Like, what did he contribute? Oh, Keynesian economics. Which one is Keynesian? Because it's not convenient. It's not convenient for capital. It's that simple. That's why Keynesian economics is ignored. It's not convenient for capital to pay attention to Keynes. So, at the current political juncture that we are at, it is the mainstream opinion of almost every government on Earth that governments are bad. It's that simple. The capital class does not... The capital class owns the government, and the capital class wants the government gone. Because they want to be the government. So, on a fundamental level, if the government has a monopoly on violence, Disney doesn't. Amazon doesn't. So the government is a thing that is in direct, not necessarily conflict, but direct competition with the kinds of massive power scale that mega corporations have at this point. Right? Like, your average mom and pop shop doesn't want, like, if you're thinking like a petite bourgeois, right? Some, like, you know, working capitalist, someone who owns a small business, someone who owns even a large business. They're not trying to replace the government. They're not trying to make laws. They're not trying to, like, they're not trying to be the entity that has a police force. That's not the function of a standard capitalist. That's not what they're trying to do. But if you're looking at what a modern megacorporation is doing, modern megacorporations have armies. Okay? They are fucking terrifying. Now, that's also true of older megacorporations, to be clear, right? Like the old colonial the old colony companies, right? Trade companies. The trade companies, the East Indies companies, companies like that, they all had armies, right? But they don't have armies anymore. Amazon, for the most part, they don't have armies anymore. They have to rely on the state to do the violence on their behalf. But the problem is that they want to carve up their own little petty fiefdoms, and having to have a third party do the job is not convenient for them. They want to be able to make their own laws. That's why Disney has its own corporate towns, right? Disney has company towns where they make the laws. Amazon's been trying to create company towns. These are nothing new, by the way. Company towns were a thing until the socialists rebelled, and there was a bunch of people who were butchered by the private security companies of the not the mega corporations, it's the normal corporations. And it ended up being a big enough thing that, labor laws were put into place to prevent the entire fucking country from descending into civil war between the capitalists and the unions. Because unions used to have teeth. Okay? They used to have teeth. They would protect themselves if the fucking state came after their fucking strikes. Because they had to, because the state explicitly was against them. Right? I think it's either the first or the second time that American soil was bombed, it was bombing a union, like a mining unit, a miners' union. That was being bombed by the company, right? The company bombed them, and then the second time I think was Selma, the Selma massacre. See, in school I heard that the first time American soil was bombed was, in World War II, which is not accurate. It was way earlier than that, but it was all Civil War shit. It was bombing labor unions and black people. And the first time it was done by a corporation, the second time it was done by the state. It was the National Guard that bombed Selma, I believe. But they used to have teeth. And because they had teeth, they got major concessions as a result of that you can't get if you don't have any teeth in your movement. And so anyways, so the reason that Keynesian economics is ignored is because it's not convenient. It's really that simple. Because Keynesian economics implies that there is a role for the state to play, and we're well past that point of capitalism. Capitalism does not want the state to exist. Because once you get big enough, the state is no longer an enabler of your, the things that you want to do. The state is competition for you. Right? And it's really just that simple.
Yes, we've done it.
There's been significant changes to the way that
yes, we've
the narratives over time, and it's very tempting to be like, oh well, we just need to go back to old-timey capitalism before we had the the mega corporations doing the crazy shit that they're doing today. But it's important to remember that that form of capitalism got us to this form of capitalism. In the same way that people who want to go back to the Obama years, right, in the American government, are forgetting about the fact that this is the direct consequence of the Obama years. The Obama years led us to this place, so if we go back there, we're going to be back here in 10 years again, right? Shocking that the history leads us to the present, but that them's the breaks. But it's actually similar to how the Republican Party has abandoned the idea of small government. It's abandoned the idea of it's basically abandoned all of the things that it principally pretended to value until very recently, states' rights. Very funny to think of the Republican Party being the states' rights party, and the memes about the states' rights to do what become all the more funny when it's because they do not want the states to have any rights outside of the rights to be racist. As is clearly demonstrated by the way they talk about California and New York, right? Let's see. A supposed leftist. Well, I mean, there's a limit to how much you can actually... There's a limit to how much you can read, but there's also a limit to how much is actually relevant, right? The only economic theory that's particularly relevant right now is economic theory that relates to monopoly and late-stage capitalism, the specific contradictions that exist within capitalism that cause what's happening right now. Because we're fully just descending into fascism, right? We aren't going to have capitalism for much longer, right? We're not in the middle of capitalism. We're in the end of it, right? We've already seen the beginning of the we don't have to be pro-corporate angle coming from the Republicans now, where it's okay, we can just start filing frivolous lawsuits with the express purpose of getting corporations to bend the knee, because if they win the lawsuit, we punish them in other ways. So they just have to settle the lawsuit and pretend that they lost, right? So basically, which creates the political narrative that, look, they've admitted that they, engaged in all this bad behavior. It's no, they didn't. You threatened to destroy them with your extra legal powers if they didn't submit. And so they submitted because they're a corporation. They don't have a spine because only people have... Well, that's not true. Debatable, but certainly not only humans have spines, but one might argue that only people have spines, depending on how broad you want to be about the definition of person. But this chest exploded in my face. That's a bit concerning, because that indicates to me that I'm going to need more disarm trap than just 10. Oh, wait, never mind. I have access to GM, so I don't know where that is. Do I have a disarm item? Yeah, economics is not going to be a primary motivating factor for most things. I mean, some degree of economics, but it's like the economics of like, the economics of the Soviet Union are going to be much more like descriptive of what's going to happen in the American economy, and by extension, to some degree, the world economy over the course of the next, decade or two, than looking at anything else. Because you now have the state just putting its fingers on everything, right? In a way that's, it's not unprecedented, but it's not in a way that is similar to the way that you would see it happen in Western powers, right? Like, like people on the right will like talk shit about like fucking Norway or something being interventionist in their economy. Just fucking wait. I mean, you don't even have to wait. Just the shit that Trump's already been doing is more interventionist in the economy than anything Norway's ever done, right? Because it turns out that they were always lying. They were always lying. The movement now, seemingly, by the Trump administration, is away from like benefiting the capital class in general and toward specifically targeting the oligarchs. So it's like so actually the Soviet Union is probably not the best. You should look at Russia. And I don't know a ton about the modern Russian economy, but what little I do know is that basically when the United States did its shock therapy shit with the collapse of the Soviet Union, all of the stuff that was owned by the state got basically distributed to a tiny group of ultra-wealthy oligarchs who still own all of that today. And they were able to get control of that because they were regional powers or this, that, or the other thing. Who knows who they had to bribe or who they had to do what with in order to get access to this. But basically the economy of Russia completely revolves around like a half dozen people, maybe, right? Who basically just own everything in Russia. And the current trajectory in the United States is pretty explicitly to try to emulate the Russian economy, right? To emulate the Russian state in general, honestly. Like the playbook that they're using is pretty much just straight up like the kind of shit that you would get out of Putin. And that's not entirely true. There's a lot of African warlord shit going on there too. Like it's a mixed bag because like Putin's smart and Trump's not, so you get like a lot of incoherent gibberish that's just mixed in with the like mixed in with like the other forms of evil. You also have incoherent gibberish evil, which you have less of in Russia. But economic theory really is only useful if you have like a very specific application that you're looking to do. Like, because of the fact that there is a very large distinction between what people pretend the economy is for and what the economy is actually for, right? And what the economy is for is to be a playground for wealthy people to gamble with each other. That's the vast majority of wealth in the world is held up not in anything of value, but instead gambling between rich people, right? That's what the bulk of the economy revolves around these days. Goods and services are simply not a major component of the economy. They're just not. So, well, bear in mind that goods and services are also, in a very real sense, the entire economy. The economy is the stuff we do that has value, but all the money in the economy is continuously being siphoned off toward, paying off the gambling debts of the ultra wealthy amongst each other, right? So the you're not going to see, in my opinion, you're not going to see many people outside of like actual economists giving anything but lip service to more complicated economic concepts because of the fact that on a fundamental level, it's more important to explain why no one pays attention to economists, like real economists, than it is to explain what sound economic policy would look like. Which is why the comprehension of class dynamics and things like that is just fundamentally so much more useful than like policy wonkery about like the specific details of like how much, like what the role of the state is in an optimal circumstance. Because the state being completely owned by companies like Amazon and Disney and stuff like that means that it really doesn't matter what the optimal is. All that matters is what's optimal for Disney, which has nothing to do with the conversation that people want to be having. People want to be having a conversation about like, oh, okay, well, what is, the value of blah, 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 or this kind of thing, right? And the fact of the matter is that it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because we're not in a world where it matters what is good for the economy. All that really matters is what a few extremely wealthy people think is good for them. Right? And I do say think is good for them because it's not like these people are not necessarily bright. Right? A lot of people who are oligarchs are not bright. Just look at fucking Elon, right? Like, they're not smart. They're just rich. So, but it doesn't matter whether they're correct on what they want to happen being good for them, because they can do whatever they want, not whatever they need. They don't need to justify to anybody any of their behavior. It's in particular because, generally speaking, society at large is going to pretend that, like, we're not, like, doing what we're objectively doing, right? Where it's like, the society at large is going to just pretend that we're not just kowtowing to people like Jeff Bezos and stuff like that. But we're gonna see some of the oligarchs fall, right? Like, you have if you think of like, you know, the Russian style of like capitalism with like just full, you know, monopoly control of everything within the hands of a few oligarchs, then it's important to remember that periodically those oligarchs get fucking assassinated and replaced with new ones, you know, whenever Putin wants, right? Like Putin doesn't have like complete control over that kind of stuff. The oligarchs are powerful, certainly collectively within Russia. That's why they're oligarchs. Like Putin can't just behave completely independently. He has to be concerned about what the oligarchs want. But their power is limited, and they can and will be replaced when they don't have enough unity amongst themselves to stop it, right? Like, because they're also constantly competing with each other because, you know, they're the only ones who have any money. So, yeah, that's fine. Okay, we'll just save this. We are, funnily enough, in the green, so we don't even need to walk outside, even though we got it to 69%. So... It's actually similar to what I was talking about just now in terms of like the policy wonkering and the economics of stuff. Is like a lot of it is like rearranging deck chairs of the Titanic, or like complaining about the hygiene standards at Auschwitz, right? Like you're not necessarily fixated on the right thing when you're doing it. Like there's bigger fish to fry that fundamentally make a lot of that stuff not as relevant as you would imagine it would be, particularly right now. Like a lot of that kind of an economic theory would have been really useful in some circumstances, like 2 decades ago, to delay getting us to the point that we're at now. But now that we're here and we are fully in, like, we are in a dictatorship now, right? Like, America is in a dictatorship. The Trump administration can do anything that it wants, and whether it shows restraint or not in an individual instance does not change the fact that they have no requirement to show any restraint at any point. The administrative battle has been lost. The government is in direct control. Class dynamics. Class dynamics are very relevant, right? So, like, understanding why it is that it doesn't matter what good economic theory suggests, understanding why nobody pays attention to Keynes anymore. Like, why would people want Keynesian economics if your goal is to subvert and ultimately replace the state, right? Keynesian economics is not convenient. That's why it's not in use, right? Nobody gives a shit about what's true. People care about what's useful, right? So the kind of economic theory that is useful is economic theory. Is economic theory that explains why no one listens to economists, right? And by no one, I'm talking about media. I'm talking about politicians, right? They listen to crazy, like, wackadoos like Peter Thiel. They don't listen to a guy who's been, you know, working at Harvard and has not left the fucking library in 60 years because he's just been doing his policy wonkery nonsense with, economic theory, right? They don't talk to that guy. When they bring an economist on, they're bringing in a fucking CEO of a company. They're not bringing on an actual economist. And when they do bring on an economist, the economist they're bringing on is someone who they have pre-selected to reinforce absolute madness, like trickle-down economics and crazy shit like that, right? Like, people who are going to be very comfortable referring to, like, capitalists as job creators, which is not how an economist would describe a fucking capitalist. That's just not the function that they're in. The job exists because there's demand for it. Capitalists don't create demand, they own the supply. Which is a totally different thing. Ownership over supply is not the same as demand. So, the people who create jobs are consumers. People who want a product create the job for that product. That's what creates the job. The capitalist has a monopoly on the factory that thing is created in. They control that factory, and because they control that factory, they can take out a portion of the labor that is created in every transaction. They're like a tick sitting on the side of the transaction, sucking out a piece. Tick is the wrong descriptor, but like, they're highwaymen, functionally, taking a portion of goods that travel between the people who create the goods and the people who need the goods. That's what a capitalist does. They functionally are like highwaymen, which makes a lot of sense if you have any idea what the fucking bourgeois were like in like 1800s England. They were literally highwaymen. Their kids would go to school and do highwayman things as like a prank on the local peasant population. It's fucking wild. And by that I do mean they would set themselves up armed at a fucking bridge and demand things from anyone who passed them. Okay, like, literally, this is just highwayman shit. This is what the kids were up to. And nobody locally could do anything about it because all the locals are fucking peasants. They weren't technically peasants, I don't think. This is past the point where the peasant class was technically a thing, but functionally peasantry versus the aristocracy who goes to these schools. Anyway, fun times. Beyond the Bastards, great show. Great show. So the reason that it's really important to understand why people don't want to listen to economists in the first place is that until you resolve why people don't care about the thing, you're not going to actually get any progress in fixing it. Because the reason that people don't care about it is they don't have a vested interest in it being fixed. They don't want it fixed. It's not a bug. Right? And that's the thing, is that understanding what is a mistake and what is a planned result is, I think, like, critically important to understanding how to fix problems. Because if you think that the person in front of you is acting in good faith, and they're not acting in good faith, they're acting in bad faith because they do not want this thing to happen, you're never going to get anywhere, right? It's like pretending that Israel wants peace, right? Like, you can't get anywhere pretending that, oh yeah, the problem is that we just haven't found, like, the right peace deal. It's like, no, this is a genocidal state that wants to do a genocide, and you're not stopping them from doing a genocide. So why would they want? Why, like, what? You're not bringing anything to the table because you don't want to admit what they want, right? The fact that you don't want to admit what they want is the reason that you have no actual bargaining power, right? Because if you don't want to admit what they want, how can you offer them anything, right? Or alternatively, how can you say, okay, what they would want is something we can't offer, so we can't negotiate, right? Those are your options, right? Being able to identify when you cannot negotiate because someone does not want a thing that you can offer. That's important.
Yes, we've done it.
It's important to know, oh, I can't negotiate with you because you fundamentally want things that are intolerable for me to give. And that's fine, right? That's just communication. That's just proper communication resulting in a breakdown of, completely useless and meaningless trade talk or peace talks, right? It's like if you admit what the party wants, then you go, okay, now we can decide, do I have to fight you? Or can I tolerate the fact that this is what you want? If you don't admit what they want, you can't do either. Like you can't move forward at all because you just end up stagnated in, again, just fully fake negotiations. Well, these are going to be rough. These are going to be a bit rough. The bosses can insta-gib Mina, and if they can insta-gib Mina, they actually eradicated Mina. That means the only way that I can survive a hit here is... shit. If I get the 2 in 5 chance. And this doesn't die instantly either, so that's good to know. So, we open this. We tag you. We open this. Tag you. There's another set. Fuck. Spot that I thought. One of our 2 survivals is used. we basically need... First of all, we need to swap you to destroy undead.
Ready.
Wow, destroy undead is so expensive? What the fuck? It costs like twice as much as prismatic ray. Okay, we need to get to a new position. Toast. The swift one appears to have gone into a different room. And is staying there, question mark? Looks like it's staying there. Once we've cleared out this, I will save the game. It's a bit dangerous to save a second time without being able to get into the green. Okay, that warped somewhere. Is that the thing I was just fighting?
It is down.
Wait, did it warp or did it die? Oh, it died. Never mind. Okay. Okay, that one's toast. Now, we're not in the green. We're not going to be able to get in the green because there's more enemies above us. So, are we content to save this? Or do I feel like... Actually, you know what I should do before we do anything else? Let's go to the elevator. Okay. So realizing
Who wants some? Who's next?
okay, we have enough for two.
Who wants some?
I can't just spam S because I need to be able to hold on to the possibility of player. Okay, we got into the green. So we can save this under dungeon. And we can move on. Yeah, like, so the thing that's important, like, I think the most important thing to remember is that nobody actually thinks the stupid shit they're doing is going to have the effects that they say that it's going to have. Right? I don't know what absolute garbage Republicans said to pretend that it made like some sort of economic sense for the post office to have to prepay 100 years of fucking
We've done it.
entitlement payments. I don't know what they said was their reason for that, and it doesn't matter, because the reason they did it was pretty explicitly, and some of them will admit it periodically, to destroy the post office. That's the goal, is to destroy the post office so they can privatize the service. It's that simple. The goal is to make the thing not work. So, if you put someone in charge of the government who doesn't want the government to work on an ideological level, they want the government to fail. The expectation is that the government is going to fail because they're the government and they want to fail. Right? So the dynamic has been so obvious for so long that, like, there's just not a lot of room to, like, care about making marginal improvements to efficiency when, like, the goal of, you know, Trump right now is kind of to crash the economy, because economic instability is a great way to make a lot of money if you're an oligarch and nobody else. Like, the richest people in the world are making bank off of the absolute evaporation of the American economy right now, right? But it's not like capitalists generally. It's like 10 guys, right? And that's the goal, right? That's what I was talking about with, like, the transition of the strategy. Is the strategy is no longer about enriching, like, a class of people, right? So, like, well, I mean, it kind of is, but the class of people is tiny, right? Oligarchs, and there's not very many oligarchs in the world, right? The goals now are, like, pretty explicit. Like, they don't really try to hide their intention. So it's like, well, you know, okay, well, we could try to, like, argue policy with people who don't think that it should be legal for women to be educated. They won't say that out loud right now, but they believe it, right? Like, a decent number of Republican elected officials, I would guarantee you, believe that it should be illegal for black people to be taught to read. I would say at least 1% of them believe that. They're never going to say it out loud, because we're not going to reach the point where that level of over-the-top, you know, racism is something that you can just say out loud as a, you know, political candidate. We're not going to reach that point, probably ever, because it's, even the racists don't want that, right? Like, you have to be, like, a really specific style of racist to want to go back to a plantation economy. You know what I mean? Like, you have to be a specific type of person to want that, right? But, like, they're in there. They just don't say it out loud.
Yes, we've done it.
Oh yeah. The women's rights stuff is very much, like, fairly mainstream, like, right-wing talking points, right? Like, that's stuff that fairly mainstream right-wing figures are saying. That's not, like, That's not stuff that they're hiding that much, right? Because oh right, these have dragon breath. I can't use corners. Like a lot of the stuff is that like. So here's the pipeline of right-wing thought. Okay, this is the thing that happens every single time the far right develops a new position. Okay, internet Nazis, self-avowed, as in they self-describe as Nazis, will say a position that is their position, that this is what we should do. They'll take an affirmative stance in favor of denying women access to the right to vote, or, you know, what have you, right? They'll make an affirmative stance in favor of that, right? And the politicians will publicly, if questioned on it, say, well, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. They won't say anything about it other than to say, I don't know who that is, and I don't believe the thing that they just said. Right? And then within 2 years, that politician is actively just saying the thing because they always believed it from the start. There's been a lot of things recently, like the rate at which like conservative, you know, pundits and politicians have to change their tune in the era of Trump just fucking doing random shit on a whim is pretty mind-boggling. But they're having to change their positions pretty fast to keep up. It's like, oh man, we've always been anti-war. Also, we should blow up Iran and kill everyone there. It's like the only people on the right who are against the idea of war with Iran are the people who are like just Nazis, and they're like, excuse me, are you telling me that you want to help the Jewish state? No. And that's the only right-wing thinkers who are against, you know, the war that the entire right was saying was a bad idea like 3 seconds ago. It's like, oh, you know, Trump will be the peace president. It's like, okay, sure, buddy, I believe you. That sounds real. And it's never real, and it doesn't matter. The important thing is that it just doesn't matter, because they're just always lying. It's just always a fucking lie. It's always a grift. And even so, the important thing to understand is that even when they're telling the truth, they're lying. This is also the case for Democrats generally, by the way. This is a problem that both styles of politicians have. The difference is that, generally speaking, the reason that Democratic politicians you can't trust them on things that they believe is that they don't believe anything. They have no beliefs. If they had beliefs, they wouldn't be allowed to be in power. Democrats who have actual principles are not allowed in power. So they just don't have any principles. And and Republicans, their principles are so evil that it's just uncouth to say them aloud. It doesn't stop them from believing them. They just don't say it aloud. How did I get there last time? I came from the other side. How did I do that? Somehow I came to this from down there. I don't know how I did it. Yeah, this regenerating necromancer is going to be a problem. Yeah, the issue that I'm running into is that they can hit me around the corner a bit with the blasts, the dragon breath attack. So I need to preferably figure out I guess I could just fight them more passively. That's an option, I guess. This is just an empty room. Or not an empty room, but a kind of the opposite of a room full of enemies. So I think we maybe just invis into that room, blow up everything that we can blow up, and then run to the entrance of the dungeon. Oh, I jumped in the well. Okay, so jumping into the well, you can skip right to the end of the dungeon. Gotcha. Okay, so we want to tag you. Then we get out of here. Then we go this way and not the way that ends at a dead end. And we're just going to save. And then we're going to go invis again, and we're going to do the same thing. The goal being to clear out everything that isn't the necromancer. Oh, shit. That's fine. Clear out everything that isn't the boss. And then once we've cleared out everything that isn't the boss, we should be fine, I think. We've been getting, like, no EXP, by the way. We've already cleared out 2 dungeons here. Okay, I think we got everybody. We've cleared out everybody except the boss. If we can get far enough away, we can invis. And then we can save. So we don't actually have to leave again, because we've hit 100%, so we can save however much we want. Granted, we already had 16 food, which functionally already... Oh, right, yeah, you're regenerating. So, that means that we're going to have to use tactics that deal... Burst damage is not going to be that relevant unless we're able to burst it to death, and we can't burst it to death. So, realistically, we're looking to... Why am I a dope? I keep walking straight through the center of this room. Can I save if I go here? I can. Yes. Okay, we're going to save here, because that'll just make my life a little bit easier on the way over there. So,
Let's take it.
what we're looking for right now, you have the ability to cast Pain Reflection. And I'm wondering if there's an avenue of victory here that entails every time I hit it, its regeneration is reduced, so it might not seem to make sense to do another save there, because it's like, well, have you changed anything? The answer is technically yes. Also, I think I might have locked it in that chest. Actually, you know what? I don't really want to find out if it's going to come out. we're just going to stand right here, and we're going to finish this off. I had no idea how I was going to approach this fight, and this chest really saved us a lot of time. Because if it wasn't regenerating, the obvious choice is to come in for a pot shot and run like hell. And if it's regenerating, you can still do that because technically every time you hit it, you're reducing the rate at which it's going to regenerate. So like it technically works, but it's not a great strategy. It's like it's real slow. So
There isn't any room. There isn't any room. No room.
So very happy that we got something a little bit more effective than that. We can loot the lich jars.
There isn't any room. No room.
Okay.
No room. No room. No room. I have too much. No room. No
There isn't
room.
any room.
You know, it's fairly common for Asher Kitty to just chill. I'll periodically say a random thing, and they'll respond after several hours of silence, and I'll be like, "Oh, I had no idea you were in here." Because I do not check who's in chat while I'm streaming. I don't have that window open.
I have too much. No room.
No room.
I have too much.
No room. There isn't any room. No
No
room.
room. I have too much. I have too much.
There isn't any room. Can't carry it. There isn't any room.
Asher Kitty is just exhausted by the incredibly high octane action of this live stream.
No room.
That's definitely it.
No room.
Ooh, boy. That's a big chest.
No room.
Remembering
Can't carry it. Can't
the,
carry it. No room.
whatchamacallit, like the messages outside of Guinevere's chambers in friggin' Dark Souls.
No room.
No room. I have too much.
That's very funny. The idea of fishing being very, like, attention demanding is a very funny
I have
concept.
too much.
I think someone maybe has misunderstood the point of fishing.
No room.
That doesn't sound right.
There isn't any room. No room.
If there's one thing about fishing that I know,
No room.
I guess that's not entirely true.
room.
Like, fly fishing is
I
presumably
have too much.
fairly active, right?
I have too much.
No room.
Because I think fly fishing, you're continuously doing it. Like, it's not like there is no point where you're just leaving it in, right?
I have too much.
There isn't any
No
room.
room.
There isn't any room. There isn't any room.
Everything I know about fly fishing is from random Hollywood movies.
No room.
Because some old man is always doing it. There's always some old man who's like, I'm getting too old for this shit. And then
There isn't any
we need you
room.
for one last ride, old man. No, the fish need me.
No room. No room.
To kill them. Presumably.
There isn't any room.
No.
No room.
Is there a fly fishing scene in
No room.
There isn't no
that
room.
No room.
Star Wars? It's not Star Wars.
No room.
It's Star Trek movie. God, what was that movie called? I don't remember which one it was. I don't even remember which plot it was. It's got to be Generations. It was called Generations, I think. Because I think it had both Kirk and Picard in it. Later, Celestial. Let's see. I should probably consolidate some of these potion materials.
There isn't any
I
room.
have too much. Yes.
I should technically be doing that in this inventory.
I have too
This
much. No room.
will
Yes.
create
No
a
room.
decent amount of
I have
space
too-
because
No
we're
room.
currently taking up
I have too much. Yes. I have
4
too-
space
yes. I
instead
have
of
too-
2 for
No
these.
room. Yes. No room. I have too much.
These are going to be 50 base power, which is fine, but nothing to write home about, really. And then I should probably figure out what I want to do with my alchemy. Let's see.
No room.
I have too much.
No room.
I have too much.
I'm just going
Yes.
to make some
No
of
room.
these.
I have too. Yes. I have too much. I have too much. Yes.
I'm
No
not going
room.
to worry about it too much.
I have too much.
Because
Yes.
these are all going to be power 10. These are all like the things that drop guaranteed, or not guaranteed, but like these are like fixed drops from the thingers, and those don't scale. They're not affected by the bolster. So since they're not affected by the bolster, I don't need to worry about those. They're never going to be good enough to do anything particularly interesting with. So we finished up looting that chest. And we should have Ebonus done. Do I need... And I do need to do the night quest for somebody, maybe? Do I? Does anybody actually need that? I don't actually know if they do. But we should be able to turn in Ebonest. And if we want, we could bring
There isn't any room.
the dude
I
bro
have too much.
to talk
No
to
room,
his
cat.
daughter.
No room.
No.
Thing we could do.
No room.
That is so
There isn't any room.
Though I will say, like, I played Breath of Fire 3, and the Breath of Fire
There isn't
3
any room.
No.
No room.
fishing system I really enjoy, and it is massively too active.
room.
It is incredibly
No room.
active. So
There isn't any room.
I have too much. No room.
So there is that.
There isn't
So
any room.
I should probably get you to the point where you can get Grand Mastery in the other
No,
spells,
there isn't
just so that I
any
can
room.
use.
Can't carry it.
I am so sweaty. Why am I so sweaty?
Can't carry it.
Why is heat? I think I've complained more about the heat in the last week than I have complained about the heat in my entire life. I generally don't mind heat that much. But there's like there's a weird element of like being online where in this temperature I'm not wearing a shirt. There are very few circumstances in my life where I would be in this kind of weather and I'm having to wear a shirt. And the reason that I have to wear a shirt
No room.
is because on the internet
I have too much.
there is a lack of parity between the experience that I'm having and the experience
I have too
that
much.
the people on the other end are having, right? So because of that lack of parity, if I was in a room with someone and I'm not wearing a shirt because it's too fucking hot to wear a shirt, even if they're wearing a shirt, they're like, yeah, I get it. It's 35 degrees or whatever, right? Yeah, obviously you're not wearing a shirt. That makes sense.
No room. No room.
Got that privilege going for you that you can just take the shirt off. And the one thing that I found interesting that I remember from like a long while back is that I think that it's in New York City. It's not illegal for women to be topless. It's not like considered indecent exposure because the courts determined
No room.
that it would be
No room.
it's discriminatory. That it's explicitly discriminatory on a protected class, specifically gender, which is just kind of interesting because it's like, oh yeah, it's discrimination
No room.
because of the
No room.
the gender of the individual that they can't go around topless. Like what counts as indecent exposure is asynchronous. So you could make it illegal for all people to go topless, or you could just not make it illegal for
I have too much.
anyone to go topless, which is I think a very interesting phenomenon. I don't know why that just came to
I
mind.
have too much.
But I just think that it's like an interesting like legal case where it's like, oh yeah, that's like explicitly true, right? It's explicitly
No, I have too much.
a whatchamacallit? It is an explicitly like it's explicitly an infringement on equality to do that. And so that's just kind of interesting. It doesn't change much. Like, no one's going to go... I say no one. Very few people are, running around topless, regardless of whether they can or not. Right. Okay, I need to go talk to someone about your cure or whatever. So let's make a beacon here. We'll drop downstairs. And... and move on. So, we now need to find a person here. I think they said Ravenshore. Did I pick up? I did, right?
This item's weak. Leave it. This item's weak.
Okay, here's Ebenist. We're fine. Spells drain hit points from target and increase spell speed.
This item's weak.
It's very funny that it has this enchantment,
This item-
considering that like it's explicitly a knight's. Oh, this is the puzzle box. So yeah, we'll be able to turn some quests in. We haven't gotten a ton of EXP so far, though maybe we did from clearing that dungeon. That dungeon was a little larger than the others.
This item's weak. Leave it.
It's 102 intellect. That's pretty good.
This item's weak. Jump.
Oh, anyway.
Jump.
So the point was, point of what I was getting at
Jump.
was that, like, generally speaking, anyone who was in the same room as me would see me topless and go, yeah, that checks out. Because they're in the same room with me, they can feel the temperature in the room. And obviously, I'm in a room that's not air conditioned, which means, like, this ain't no Atas space, okay? Unless it is, in which case, sucks to be you. But,
I have too much.
having to wear formal business wear without air conditioning, no thank you. But you don't have that on the internet, right? So with the desynchronization there, it's like, oh, okay, well, I have to wear a shirt. So like, I think that's probably why it's so like it's so much more uncomfortable than it usually is. It's just because it's like, oh yeah, because I'm wearing a shirt and I generate so much heat, y'all. I have a very fast metabolism that does horrifying things to my body, and Dervish Chevron isn't like a spirit person. I don't think I saw anything new here. I just feel like Dervish Chevron sounds really familiar.
It's closed.
Filming. Yeah, we should have enough experience with just this to get the job done. Imagine having an entire family whose surname is Townsaver. Because it's really funny to think of, like, okay, yeah, you know, you have, like, the one person in your family who at some point saved a town somewhere. Maybe they didn't. But, like, someone who claimed to have saved a town. And then, like, the whole family just is like, oh yeah, we'll just take on... That's definitely not, like, an honorific that's specific to our uncle. That's definitely an honorific that can apply to the entire family. We're all House Townsaver. We've all done it. Just kind of feel like maybe certain honorifics should not be given to the whole damn family. Though it's also possible that they go full anime style with it, and the entire family, just all of them, just do town saving as like their job. Like they just all wander around. I don't even recognize this model. Huh. I don't recognize that troll. There we go.
Can't carry it.
Alright, so now we're gonna go talk to Blazin about the cure.
It's locked. Let's go.
Okay, so giving you the cure did not... change too much. So now I have the ability to turn in some quests. So let's go turn in the puzzle box. I went to the wrong place. Let's turn in the puzzle box. Hours of enjoyment. So it's 11:30. I'm gonna have to go AFK for a little bit in a moment. And then we'll come back to more joy. Oh, this is the Bone of Doom person who we also haven't turned in the quest. These are just normal bones. Is one of these the Bone of Doom? Or is the Bone of Doom in a different inventory? I think it's going to be in a different inventory. Going through this way too fast. Okay. But yeah, once we've cleared out some of these quests, we should be able to pop back over. Wait, where's the Bone of Doom? The Bone of Doom is in the werewolf, or not the werewolf, the like direwolf den, right? Do I not have the Bone of Doom? We might need to fight the inventory boss before we get the Bone of Doom. Bone of Doom. The Bone of Doom done, actually. I think I looked at all the bones there, yeah. Yeah, it's not one of these. It would be very funny if I somehow missed it amongst all the others. Finding a bone in a bone stack. I think I maybe don't worry about it. Instead, try to find this puzzle box. Where's the puzzle box? Okay, let's find that. That should be easier because we just picked it up. It's right here? Sure is. Okay, we're going to turn the puzzle box. There's a lot of quest turn-ins here. Hours of enjoyment. The puzzle box is mine! There we go. Okay, so we are now ready for Alamos Part 2. We don't need to turn in any more quests. And we're actually not ready for Alamos Part 2. We have one more quest that we need to do, which is I need to go AFK for 5 minutes. But once I come back from that, that's so true. Dos Alamos. Okay, we can save under caster save. And we can look at this. We've got 3 levels of EXP right now. It's pretty cool. Okay, I will return momentarily. That's the wrong button. I returned. I don't know how long that took, but it took longer than I expected. Okay, we are popping in here. We are going to Dos Alamos it up. We have 16 food, and we just have a few enemies left, I think. We went the wrong way. We basically just need to go to the back room and clean that up. We also are going to need to do inventory management before we finish, actually, before we loot. So we'll basically clear out the last few enemies because I already came in. And then once we've done that, we can... I just realized that... Oh! Last few enemies. More like a fuck ton of last enemies. We're dropping in here. Okay. I wasn't certain that I'd be able to make it work the other way, so... Just pop Cure Disease. Pop a heal. Okay. So, we can save the game whenever we want. Let's go upstairs. And, you know, it's funny, I think I, for the most part, know this whole dungeon now. I'm curious, what's this? I don't actually remember this, so we'll find out. This is probably leading into that other thing, but we'll see. I know this whole dungeon now. Don't know what this door leads to. I think that door leads into the teleporter. That's my assumption. There's 2 doors that lead into the teleporter, I think. That was not the place that I should have saved. I should have saved over here. Did I actually end up saving? I don't know. I'm gonna take a few steps back. And save the... We're gonna invis, and then we're gonna save the game. Under danger. Alright, we're gonna start from the top level. I figure the bulk of them will be up here somewhere. And can we... Yes.
Yes, we've done it.
We're gonna go invis again. Save the game. We have 5 party members who are alive-ish. Which, debatable, but, you know how it is. You know how it be. It's a good thing I just saved. I'm not walking all the way around again. I won't have it. I won't have it. Okay. So, we have a couple enemies on our left here. They're so spread out. They're so spread out. Okay. Oh, right, we're at 100%. We don't even use food. I was wondering about that. I was like, wait, didn't I have 16 when I walked in? Why do I still have 16? That checks out. Alright, save the game. Okay, we don't have access to the turn-in for this quest yet, so we'll just be picking it up. Man, we're gonna have to wander around this whole damn dungeon picking up these corpses. Okay. Is there anybody else up here? No, not really.
Got it.
Scared the shit out of me. This door's locked. Do you have a key? No. Well, that was silly of me. Okay, so we're gonna have to. We're unfortunately gonna have to just kind of whittle these down, like one or two at a time, because they're not in nice positions really for me to kill a bunch of them in one shot. Imagine that. I have to work for it. Okay. Alright. We should now be able... I think I'm actually just going to save here. Wait, it doesn't cost anything to save after I finish, even if I'm in the yellow? Oh, I thought if I was in the yellow it was going to cost food either way. Oh, okay, well that makes my life massively easier.
It's down. It's down.
Also slightly more dangerous, but only slightly. Okay. So, we can save the game. I don't remember if there's anybody in this. Fuck. Those take 2 hits to kill. Alright, so we are going to have a much easier time here.
Got it. Yes, we've done it.
Now that we know this, you know, I said I was gonna start looping things and I shouldn't have done it.
There
Now,
isn't any room.
now I'm locked in. Now I gotta figure out where to put this thing.
There isn't any room.
I don't think that there's enough space for it now. There might be. Okay, there is. Okie dokie. So with that pack cleared,
It is down.
we're now in the green. Not that it matters, but it's nice to get in the green. Lets us invis. We can pop around this corner. We can blast this pack,
It's down.
and then we're in the green again. Cast invis. Save the game. Was this Archibald's capsule? Okay, So we have like some doors we need to unlock, which is going to involve looting some stuff. So it is now 11:55. We are going to town portal out of here. I think that we've probably cleared everything. No, we haven't. There should be at least one enemy left in the dungeon. I'm not going to worry about it because we're going to loot. Basically, looting the place is going to be a component of clearing it now.
Jump.
So
Looking for a weapon?
we're just going to pop over here. Sell all the random bullshit.
This item is weak.
This way.
This item is weak.
Okay.
Leave it.
Okay, this is a unique item.
We don't need it.
Let's save this.
Don't touch the merchandise.
There's so much plate armor now. Yeah, I should figure out at some point what kind of a build I want for my next party. I think my next party, I probably want to make use of Mana Shield in some way. I'm wondering if there's something that can get Grandmaster Mana Shield that I could turn into a melee somehow. This is actually an upgrade over what you have. Yes,
Don't
but
touch the
not
merchandise.
in a way that I care about. I might actually hold on to that and try putting that on somebody else. Because it's a lot of stats. The all stats on that is very high. So I'll set there.
Jump.
We should have enough space now to be able to do a Giga Sort without too much problem.
Come back.
Come back soon. Okay. We have what? We have about 1 million gold.
I have too.
And
I have too much.
let's get to the weapon store first.
Looking for a weapon?
I need to find the GM Thinger trainer, disarm trap trainer, because I needed to put on a disarm item. I'm now realizing, did I take that off again? Alchemy skill is not useful on plate for me.
Leave it.
Minus 41% power. It's so funny looking at like the item comparisons for Cassowary, who just has these obscenely powerful weapons, or sorry, for accessories that make up such a huge portion of their overall stats as well. They don't just have like really good individual pieces. It's also like, okay, well, this individual piece is making up a sizable chunk of their overall stats. Int. It's double int in meditation, which is terrible. Mind resistance, accuracy. I'm wondering how many pieces of meditation gear I'm going to eventually need.
I have to. No room.
Is Alamos a word in Spanish?
It is closed.
The Alamo was a fortress. Might still be a fortress. I don't know if it still exists. That is so many lich jars. That's an absurd number of lich jars. Let's see. Fort thingers. Oh, that's probably fine. It might not be though. Should I? I'm gonna sell some some of this stuff.
Don't touch the merchandise.
Plus 500 HP. Plus 50% vitality is very funny. Nope. No thank you. We don't need none of that bullshit. Don't need it. Death and eradication immunity? I don't think so. I don't think so. You know, the best way to be immune to status effects from enemies is to just not get hit. Just get good. Getting good is the best strat. We're going to go to the Ill-Infested Waters. And we are now going to fly up here and get one step closer to victory. You know what else I'm going to do? I think I turned that tool. No, I think I turned the hotkey off for that. I'll have to turn it back on. There's a hotkey to allow you to set one person as your designated target for reagents.
Too much.
And I think I got a little bit excessive in my disabling. A wee bit. So we're gonna find a boatload of random bullshit in here. Some of which will hopefully be useful. How do we feel about doing some more inventory stuff after that? I think that might be fun. Seems reasonable to me. If we can get a legendary for cassowary, that would be pretty clutch. Oops. Well, luckily we clicked on the right one. Okay, save this other dungeon. We should also be able to pump our existing items with them a bit higher if we want. We'll have to decide if that's how we want to go about things. Got another Philosopher's Stone. Let's go in here, clear this out. Once we've cleared this, which does come with a chest. Is this the first chest we've seen?
No room.
I think it is. I feel like there should have been a chest in one of the other rooms there. Like the big long room that I was in? But no, I guess not. It just has an item in the back. Okay. So, from here, I think I'm going to go... Do I want to go south? No, I'm not going to go to the last room yet. I want to clear out the other things first, I think. Okay. You know what I could do? Just because it's fun. We're gonna actually Void's Beacon. We're gonna set a beacon right here, and we're gonna just drop down and grab all the items over here, and then we're gonna teleport back up. There's nothing else in this pathway, so we can now beacon back to here, and then we can get all of this cleared out in a more cohesive fashion. I think this is a good way to handle this. I could save a lot of time actually with setting up appropriate beacons. Okay. I think we might run out of inventory space midway here. I think there's a decent chance of that. I shouldn't loot all of that. We're going to keep going down this way. Clear out all these. We'll see what kind of shinies we're picking up. We did in fact
There
cap
isn't
our
any room.
inventory.
I have too much.
Alright, so
There isn't any
No
room.
room. I have too much. No room.
it's easy enough to do for now, but we picked up another thing over here, right? No. No, we're set. For now. That's interesting that we just picked up some plate armor that we had room for. Oh, okay, we were not in the right inventory with you. Okay, so some of this plate armor is very tiny. I forgot how tiny the Might and Magic 8 plate is. Okay, from here, I guess we might as well loot this section here. We will check you. Have I checked all of the things now? I don't know if I've checked them all yet.
No room.
There we go. It's interesting that this fire thing is still going, considering that we've gone in and out of the zone by now. Who told you? Okay, you can pass. Okay, you can pass. Wait, do you get a different... Does it make a difference if you've clicked all the things? Is this a thing that people talked about? Like, you get a different amount of experience if you do it? If you actually talk to all the trees first. Because I think it has different dialogue, right? I'm gonna reload this. Doesn't matter, we'll just make sure that we click on all the trees anyway. Okay, click on you. Right, and we actually have not pulled this pack here yet. So let's pull this pack. It'll be kind of funny. We've now pulled the pack like half a dozen times. I did not intend to pull it repeatedly, but this is what happens when you... do not step softly. Oh, you walked really far away.
We've done it.
Yeah, hypothetically, you could get like a ton of EXP off of this. Alright. We've now cleared that. We have 5 characters who are all alive. We left an item
I have too
behind in
much.
that room, apparently. Okay, there is a chest in this room with
There isn't any room.
No room.
not a whole lot in it. I think we're probably gonna cap our inventory here. I'm gonna just telekinesis this. We'll come back to that room to finish the thing later. Do we just jump in the hole now? Yes. Nice. Got a ring off of the boss. Okay, we have a couple bodies to pick up there. Exit there. Let's see. So where the hell is that? So that goes there. I think we looted this section. Talk to you already. Hit that switch. Back to here. Okay. That's a whole. No. You need to get into that room. Okay. So now we can pop to the north side of this. I think that I've checked this one. I definitely have. Loot all of these. Go up to the next floor. So red, blue, blue. Oh, that's actually 38 power. It's not enough to be relevant, but it's enough that it would be relevant. It's enough that it's relevant how high it is, because that's like the lowest tier of reagent, I think.
No room.
Do I need to go through the teleporter? I think I might need to go through the teleporter to get access. Actually, no, I don't necessarily need to go through the teleporter. I think I can just jump up. No, I can't. We couldn't jump down because the ceiling's too low, so we probably can't go the other way either. I'm gonna put a beacon down. We don't need the beacon for the Mad Necromancer's lair anymore. Okay, that is right there. That's a 73 power Dragon's Eye. Potentially useful, but I'm not going to worry about it. So where the hell is that room? Is it this alcove? Oh, it's this alcove. Okay. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okay, we're getting there. It's getting a bit close. And by a bit close, I mean
No room. I have
we
too much.
already
No room.
ran out of space.
I have too much. I have too much. I have too much.
Okay, we only have like a couple of rooms left, so should be fine, I think. Should be fine. It's amazing how much time it takes to just come through here and loot everything. Just a delightful little trip at the end.
No room.
Okay.
No
Pick this
room.
up. We already talked to you. So I think we had already clicked on all the trees. Okay, we
I have
have
too
a
much.
key.
There isn't any room. No room.
Okay.
There isn't any
No
room.
room.
There isn't any room.
There's literally no
I have
room
too
left in
much.
there.
There isn't any room.
No room.
No room.
I have too much. No room.
Okay, I do need...
I have too much.
Okay, so I think that's a completely filled inventory now. Got another spear. This should be easy enough to work with.
I have too much. No, I have too much.
Okay,
No.
more leather. Okay, this is the next inventory to
Nope, I have
play
too much.
with.
Can't carry it.
Let's see.
I have too much. I
No
have too
room.
much.
Can't carry it. No room.
No room. I have too much. I have too much.
This should definitely just be
I have too much.
something
No room.
here.
I have too much.
Okay, we've cleared out that set. There's another chest here. Oh god.
There isn't any room.
I have too much.
Where did I put
No
the
room.
key anyway? Right here. We're gonna put both of those keys in that inventory for
There
now.
isn't any room.
And this inventory,
I have too much.
get some inventory space cleared in. And then if we do this,
No room.
okay.
No room.
So this is going to take a little bit more space than that.
There isn't any room.
Because that inventory is fully full.
No room.
There isn't any room.
Set. Okay, we got that inventory not quite full, but we got this box emptied. We have 2 keys. We have a few bodies left. This is all gonna go fine. We already looted that, I think, but I'm gonna save the game. We're gonna check it. The other thing is that I need to look at that that box in Iron Fist. that You need telekinesis for.
I have too much.
Okay, so we got this open. Nothing is gonna teleport in at me, it looks like. So this is just a bunch of
Nope, I have too
gems.
No room. Can't carry. There isn't any room. No room.
Okay, we need to swap something new
There isn't
too
any
much.
room.
into this.
There's no room.
Okay. Okay, more. Then 2, 3, 4. And then
There isn't any room.
so we've got plenty of space freed up here. Look at all that. We're not going to run into any inventory problems. It's not like there's
This item.
a shit ton of these.
It's probably okay.
Another
This
Void's
item's weak.
Beacon.
I like this item's weak. I like this item's weak. Well,
Okay, love that. Love to see that.
this item's weak. This
Know
item's
that.
weak.
We know that.
This item's weak. Well, I can't learn that. We don't need it.
I don't have Master. Fire? I don't even have Master Fire. Huh. Interesting. I also don't have Master Earth. Let's see. Is there a way that I can set this up for groups of probably. Okay, so
I have too much.
okay, we got another
There's no room.
set there. Okay, we got through one more chest. This is fine. We're definitely going to be able to make this inventory situation
I have
work
too
for
much.
us. It's going to go fine. Don't even worry about it.
I have too much.
Oh, is this taller than that? Shit. Okay.
No room. Can't carry. There isn't any
I have too much.
Okay, I don't think I need this mushroom.
No
I
room.
have too much.
Okay. One more chest cleared. Have another chest.
No room.
We're gonna probably.
There isn't
I
no
have
room.
too much. I have too much.
There isn't any
No room. I have too much. I have too much.
There isn't any room.
So some of these people are actually completely full now, which is pretty funny. So you're more full than you look.
No room. No room.
Okay, you're Fine. Okay, we've cleared the first set of these. We have 3 left. Oh boy, that's a spear.
There isn't any room. Can't carry it.
Okay, we can make this happen. We can make it happen. I believe in us.
Can't carry it. No room.
No room.
Okay, do any of you have any space left? You do have space. We need to...
I have too much.
Yes, okay, so that spear perfectly fits into that slot. Beautiful. So... we can just perfectly align this in.
There isn't any room.
No room.
No room.
Okay, this is another big inventory.
No room.
So we can do this.
Can't carry it.
Okay, these one size items can go in that inventory. As well as these.
There isn't any room.
Is there
No room. There isn't any room. No room. No room.
Okay, it's probably not us. Yes, okay. Okay, that's one more down. We're getting there. This is empty. This is empty.
No room.
Good luck. Good luck. We might be in trouble, but we might not be. This might actually work fine. Let's see. We do have the ability to fill up some of our potion bottles. We could make a bunch of. We could make the resistance potions as well, which would allow us to consume some of our reagents. We could also use all of our horseshoes. Who should get our horseshoes if we use those? I wonder. Let's see. And I need to deliver the wisp wrappings to Harbondale as well. Just give all of the horseshoes to a randomized character. Random 5. Okay, this gave me a 4. So you get all the horseshoes. Every horseshoe goes to you. There's multiple horseshoe types as well, actually. Okay. By clearing out all these horseshoes, we're going to give ourselves a way bigger pool of resources to play with. So we should be able to pick up the
No
spear.
room. Can't.
with
No. There
I
isn't
have
any
too
room.
much.
was. You. Okay.
I have too much.
Need one more thinger to fill that up.
I
There
have
isn't
too
any
much.
room.
No room.
No room.
No
There isn't
room.
any room.
Okay, so
There isn't any room. There isn't any room.
Space.
I have too much.
We should be able to take this.
There isn't any room.
No, this is a 2 space thing. I should check all of my reagents that are garbage, or the catalysts that are garbage, because I do have garbage catalysts, and I don't need garbage catalysts. Like any catalyst that's below power of like 50, I really just don't need. I try not to pick up catalysts. I'm gonna hold on to the mercury, just in case it's needed for one of the quests.
There isn't any room. There isn't any room.
So that takes up that whole inventory, I think. I think this is that whole inventory, basically.
There isn't any room.
No room.
View to work with here. Okay, that fits pretty much perfectly.
I have too much.
There we go.
There is no room.
Okay, we just need to reorganize these.
No room.
Okay.
No room.
Can't carry it.
Looks like we need to make sure that there isn't any plate or something that I can't see with it here. Okay, we got all of these boxes cleared. We're getting there. We've looted almost this whole place. So we can actually teleport back to this one. Yeah, and from here, we can walk over to the teleporter to get access to that area. And we might as well throw down a replacement beacon for this one. There we go. Well, it says here. Let's go ahead and beacon back to here. We have definitely clicked on all of those. So, since we've definitely clicked on all those, we can just pop over here. Click on you.
No. Can't carry it.
And we need to get one inventory slot cleared, but we can certainly take more than that. Okay, so we got the memory crystal. And we can finish things off by going to the teleporter room, I guess. That's where we need to go next, I think. Whew. Oops. Save the game. Okay, we can open this door. Gets us to here. Isn't there supposed to be a drone in here? Huh. Oh. I'm not going to worry about it. We are going to pick up a crown. And we have multiple pieces of large armor to deal with. We need to sell all these books that we've been sitting on for too long. For too long we have been sitting on these books. Too long. We don't have our library yet. Okay. This is crafting moonstones. I don't imagine I'm going to need these. So let's get these moonstones converted to topazes. These are pretty low level. And that actually just gives me tons of space. I think just crafting, like converting all of my low level crafting materials to higher ones is probably going to be the primary way that I save inventory space in the near future. Okay, we can save the game. Let's see where we go from here. I don't actually remember. We go here. Okay. So, mission successful. We have cleared out that dungeon. And now we just need to figure out where the hell we put all of our gear. Found a deck of fate.
Jump.
We have some junk. I think I'm going to go through this a little bit more methodically. Can I go in here now? Let's do a caster save.
It's closed.
Can't go in here right now. What time is it? It's 4:02, so we need to get to the armor shop fast. Because it's not before the shop opens, it's after it's closed already.
How you doing? How you doing?
How you doing? How you doing? So these are complete garbage. Don't need to worry about it. I'm going to come back sooner than you would think. Okay, we have a shield here that gives int accuracy in all stats. Don't need that. If it was personality,
How you doing?
then it might be worth worrying about. This is potentially going to be an upgrade just because
Come.
of the thing. Oh, I just have HP on you. Okay, this gives me some luck, so I'll just equip it.
How you doing? How you doing?
And we can sell this. We've
Come back.
upgraded them. So let's go to your inventory 1.
How you
Sell the
doing? How you
Necromancer
doing?
cloak.
Come back. This item is weak.
This item is, in fact, pretty weak.
How you doing? How you doing?
In point of fact, that is true.
Come. We don't need it.
That's true.
This item is weak.
That's kind of true, yeah. Ugh. Disarm skill plus 15 is pretty crazy. You know, I think I just remembered where one of those things are. This gives a fire magic, which is interesting. Gives a bunch of water resistance. I might hold on to this for specific, like, resistance gear.
How you doing? How you doing?
But I'm probably not going to remember that I have it. And it's not like
This item's weak.
it's not like I'm allowed to get hit anyway, right?
We don't need it.
Feel like,
This item's weak.
ooh, this is a Spear of Ascension.
There isn't any room.
This might be good enough to justify equipping with a shield. So we'll worry about that later.
This item's weak.
Might and endurance. This has actually got
No room.
the
No
potential
room.
to
We
be
don't
pretty
need it.
solid. Doesn't look like it.
We don't need it.
Okay. Armor class, accuracy. Body magic skill and personality
need it.
isn't bad.
How you doing? How you doing?
Unfortunately, we're now at the point where
We don't need it.
we'd be wanting to get to the weapons store, which is in a different section, I believe. Do I have spear skill on me? I don't think you can use spears.
Come back soon.
I don't think you can use. I forgot to
How
say
you
that.
doing? How you doing?
Okay.
Come back.
I will ignore your weapon nonsense for now. Okay.
Leave it.
Okay, Ring of Health. Belt of Earth.
This item's weak.
Death and Eradication Immunity.
This item's weak.
This is a huge upgrade over my disarm item that I don't really need. Ooh, we have a legendary Divine Citizen's Hat, which this would be very good if we were doing a normal melee run. This would be amazing for a melee run because it's got double HP. Though I guess it doesn't have any AC because
This item-
it's a hat, but... Oh, well, okay. We have a bow with each hit reduces monster resistances by 1. That's pretty solid, especially because my bows are garbage enough that it might not really matter that we don't have any enchants on this that make any sense to use. Like the fact that it's not a useful item to equip doesn't matter as much.
This item's weak.
Okay, we have a spear. We have oh my god! Crit chance increased by 10%, and crit chance over 100% increases total damage. We're making another item for Cassowary. We're not making anybody
We
else
don't
any
need it.
gear yet because it's funny and it's
This
just what
item's
we're gonna
weak.
do. So,
How
Cassowary
you doing? How you doing?
is going to continue to go crazy on everybody, and that'll be good. So, we can sell
How you doing? How you doing?
the random bullshit that we have in this inventory. Alchemy plus 4 is not very much. I'm going to hold on to it anyway. But yeah, I think we found a decent number of material. We found so many legendaries in that dungeon. Holy shit. Like, we got a crazy amount of legendaries. It occurs to me that I could, if I wanted, just stay in here rather than going in and out. Is there a reason that I typically go in and
Sure.
out? Okay. It's a lot of good stats, but it's not legendary, and we already have a legendary.
Jump. Jump.
Okay,
Jump.
sell this. Can sell this.
Yes.
Oh, we have some legendary boots, double speed, and divine protection. That's pretty clutch, actually. So we can put these on. We can just leave these on the character
Jump.
whose slot they're in already. That'll work. At that point, Goose will have a second life as well. Which will be very good for us.
Come back.
So we have this old legendary that doesn't even give us any useful stats that we want. We'll need to rewrite the stats on this item at some point. It's 1252, so we're not. I don't think we're going to make the new cassowary item quite yet. We're going to hit G. Get that Gigasort going. We unfortunately didn't find any legendary rings. We did find a bunch of other legendaries.
I have too.
We should have plenty of space now.
I have too much.
Oh, there's items here that I didn't identify. I skipped past
Jump.
several spear-shaped objects.
This item is weak.
How you doing? How you doing?
Let's
Come back
get
soon.
to the weapons store. Preferably before they close. The weapons store is around here somewhere, right? Yes. Directly across.
Finest weapons in the land.
Holding on to that one because I don't know if I want to use it yet. Ugh. Okie dokie. So this.
Leave it. Worthless.
Okay, Goblin Scimitar, or Goblin Cutlass speed. It says absurd stats on it.
Leave it. Worthless. Leave it.
Legendary. For you. It's another legendary.
This item's... We don't need it. This item's weak.
Okay. So, we now have... Do I even have
This
a thing
item's
to
weak.
yoink that? I might have actually used them all.
We don't need it.
Now I think about it.
Come again.
Okay, I think we're mostly done here. Can pop over here, hit G again. Hopefully inventory 5 is clear. I'd like to make some progress
No room.
in that regard.
No room. I have too much.
That's a completely different set of stuff. Oh, I didn't use all of the horseshoes. Give me a second. There are 3 types of horseshoes, not just 2. All show up in different sections of your inventory. Okay. I will worry about those pieces later. For now, I'm mostly just concerned about whether I have an actual Oracle Orb or if I just have the memory cube now. I think I might have used all of my Oracle Orbs. It looks like it. So I think we're out of Oracle Orb. Nope. We have 2 more Oracle Orbs, actually. So never mind. We are very much not done with our Oracle Orbs. We still have a spare Oracle Orb after we've done this. That's beautiful. It was, what, the spear or something? What happened here? Let's see. It was a hammer. Alright, so... There's more! Every horseshoe goes to you. Every horseshoe I find today is going to them. Okay, so save the game. Yoink! We now have to pick a ring. This is luck and speed. This is double accuracy. This is double might. I think double might is probably the way to go. I think this makes sense. I think our accuracy and our might are fairly similar at the moment. We have accuracy on 2 of our items, plus some of the random nonsense. So I do think that I want to go for the base damage as opposed to the figure damage for this. So, plopping that on you. So now we have a Legendary Angel's Ring of the Gods. And we can start improving it. We have 1 minute left. I'll just work on this now. Let's just get it done. Let's see.
No room. I have too much. No room.
Okay, we can start pumping this. The nice thing is that this is a ring that's already been built. By which I mean we got what we needed randomly. I didn't actually make it. But because this ring already has the stats that we need, we don't need to do anything complicated and time-consuming here. We just... And I'm not going to use any diamonds for this right now. I don't have enough diamonds to really justify it, I don't think. So we're just going to cap this out as far as we can get it with this stuff. This gives it 72 might. And I could use crafting cubes to upgrade this to a bit closer to our current level. And I think that's probably worth it. Honestly, this is plus 54 to all stats, which is like triple what we're getting off of this one. And I don't think that those effects are impacted by the modifier. So we'll just throw everything we've got into this just for funsies. We now have plus 35 to all stats. And let's see what it looks like if we equip you. So give us plus 36% power over this. So we now have 22k for melee, 57k for our ranged attack. That's almost a 50% increase. Truly beautiful. Truly a thing of beauty here. And our crit chance is now at 115%. I think that this maybe just makes it so that it does an additional 15% damage. So, pretty solid. And this character is, like, done now. They have immunity to all stats built in. I could improve their gear a bit more. It would be nice to, like, sort of track down some other random legendaries and stuff like that. But we are approaching sort of like a hard limit on how crazy this character is going to get in terms of their damage output and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see if they manage to maintain a lead in damage throughout the entire game. Or if eventually the other characters start getting stuff that will allow them to pull ahead. I just don't know. The other characters have more versatility in their attacks. So in theory,
Come again.
despite the fact that Cassowary is just so crazy right now, the other characters could actually be doing more damage in certain dungeons anyway. Because if I'm not able to be in line of sight with the enemies very much, that dramatically hinders Cassowary's damage output. And Cassowary benefits massively from very short fights that are basically you just pop in and you burst the enemy down. Cassowary can only use 2 attacks before their damage output is massively reduced. So...
See you, tightwad.
How dare you?
Oh, I thought I sold something to you. Alright, well, that's not a big deal. So we're going to do one more Gigasort. We'll see how our inventory looks right now. We definitely should do some more item creation at some point in the near future. But we'll see how things go. This is very funny. Why is it that I'm reducing the amount of stuff that I have in my inventory, but my inventory isn't getting any empty? Oh, because other people... Wait. How much bullshit do I have in my inventory right now? Holy shit. Okay, well, that's going to be it for today. Apparently, my inventory is still massively full of stuff. I'll have to figure out how to deal with that sometime in the future. But for now, that's going to be it for today. Thank you for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure to stream this for you today. And I hope to see you again next time when we'll see how hard Cassowary starts hitting with their new delightful legendary. Later, folks.